I just want to make a short introduction to the video on the repair of the direct lift hydraulic cylinder. I just want to make you aware that it's a very long video, but at the time I tackled this project, all my searching on the internet, YouTube, there was nothing on the particular type of cylinder that's in that direct lift. It's a ProPark 8S. So the video is long. I was winging it and trying to figure out things as I went along. I made some mistakes, so if you don't watch the whole video and you do it the way I did it the first time, you might be causing more problems than you're solving. It took me 3 days, I think, of working on it to get it right, and I put it back on the lift. It leaked, figured out why, figured out how to correct it. So if you don't watch the whole video and you just skip around and look at only parts of it, you may be doing the wrong thing. So I'll try to edit it down as short as I can, but I like to show how difficult some of the things are so that you understand what you're getting yourself into when you tackle that project. I hope this video is useful to you. So we're looking at my direct lift, 4-post lift. It's the ProPark 8S. 8 meaning 8,000 pounds, S meaning the standard length of the tracks that you drive the car on. If you follow my Corvette Resto Mod channel, Fun with Cars, well, that's where this is going to be posted. Fun with Cars, mostly Corvettes, because that's what I like to work on. I don't like doing body work, and since they're fiberglass, they don't rust. That's my reasoning. But anyway, while I was working on it and I needed to raise the lift for something to get to some bolts, all of a sudden I sprung a massive leak from the cylinder, the ram that raises it, and it was coming out of the end back there, which is the base, if you will, of the ram, the part that doesn't extend. And so I bought a rebuild kit. I tried to find out online if there were any videos of someone rebuilding a direct lift ram, and there weren't. So I decided I should make one so that maybe somebody else will get helped in the future. So the first thing I did, and unfortunately I didn't have a camera with me that day, but I started to take the pin out that holds the base of the ram, and it's hard to duck down under this. I don't dare try to move it, but this pin here goes all the way through, comes out this side, is attached with a big cotter pin just like the one here. And I started to take it out without having the camera with me. Looks like in order to get that out, I am going to have to take out this pulley. And that looks to be pretty easy. Take out these two bolts. Dang, I can't hold the things. Take out these two bolts, and apparently this plate sits in a slot in that shaft, and the shaft will drop down, the pulley will be free. Started to think about doing that, and I thought, well, maybe I should take off the other end first, because it's got 4 cables attached to it. There it is right there. And what I'm going to do so that it makes it easier to reassemble it is I'm going to label these as if it were a clock. In other words, that's pointing to approximately 2 o'clock. Then you got one pointing to approximately 4 o'clock, approximately 8 o'clock, approximately 10 o'clock. So that's how I'm going to label them. This nut is a nylock nut, 1 3/8 inch, which I happen to have one in my 3/4 inch ratchet set. So I'm going to set this camera on a tripod before I do any more work. But in the meantime, I'm going to take some tape and I'm going to label those cables 2, 4, 6, 8 so that I know where they go back on when I'm done. So the way these cables are held on, you can see there's a, at the end of it, get my hand behind it so you can see there's a fitting on it, if you will, that's crimped onto it. And the heavy-duty plate that's attached to the ram has slots that come down vertically or go up vertically. And then the plate, there's a smaller plate here that has horizontal slots, so that once you get that in place and get that plate in place, it can't fall out. It basically ends up looking like a round hole. So I'm going to go label those, and then we'll take off this nut, get those free. So those are labeled 2, 4, 8, and 10. You can kind of read some of them. But I'm also paying attention to the 2 is obviously on the top of the 4, and if you go back to the back of the lift, there are 4 pulleys there because there's 4 cables, and the 2, which is on the top on the bracket that attaches to the ram, goes to the top pulley on the on the end of the lift, and likewise on the other side, 10 is on top and 8 is on the bottom, just kind of like it would be on a clock. I'm going to go get a flashlight and get some more illumination there so that you can see it better. Okay, that's a lot better. You can see the 2 sets of pulleys there. Obviously 2 of the cables go on the top, 2 of them go on the bottom, and they are routed to other pulleys on the ends of the lifts and on the posts, and that's how it lifts. But if you own one of these lifts and you're looking at this, you probably already know that. So next thing that I think I need to do is I need to see if I can take off this nut right here and get those pulleys out of my way, or not the pulleys, the cables. I'll turn the light around, maybe that'll help a little bit. But as I said, that's a 1 3/8 socket or nut, and I do have a socket from my 3/4 inch drive, and I'm going to get that on the end of my impact wrench and see if I can take that off. Okay, I got my 3/8 inch 12-volt Milwaukee stubby impact wrench. I'm going to get that on there and see if we can get that bolt or that nut off. Okay. Put that up on top of the lift there. As I said, this plate has horizontal slots in it. The other plate has vertical slots. And once you remove the horizontal slotted plate, you can just move the cables down or up, as the case may be, from the other slot. That one appeared to have a little bit of tension on it. Maybe it's just the weight of the cable, but be careful removing these. Yeah, this cable fell when I pulled that one off. It's probably the weight of the cable. And I suspect the other cable's going to come down too, yes. So, that being accomplished, that's kind of in my way now, the cables. Okay, that plate appears to be attached. Now, one of the things I want to do, because the way this thing works, in order to lift, it pumps fluid into this end of the ram and pushes the piston back in. Now, it was leaking internally, so the fluid was coming out of the back. But one of the things I think I want to do is see how hard it is to push that or pull it. And before I go pulling it, I'm going to have to figure out a way to lock the lever that causes it to drain when you're lowering the lift. If I can find out where it is. You can just barely see it. I'll go over and point it out, but I have to lock that down to try to pull it out, because my goal is to try to move some of that fluid that's in the front end of the piston back into the reservoir so I don't spill as much. Here's the lever. So I want to try to lock that down and try to pull that ram out, which is the equivalent of lowering the lift, which the weight of the car and the lift pull that out. But without that locked open, it's not going to pull anything out. Tough to see there, but what I've got is one of these pistol grip clamps, and I took it up under the hose, and I was able to get it around the back side of, I took this part under the hose, and I was able to get it around and squeeze the pistol grip and clamp that so that the valve is in an open position. In case you couldn't see it on there, this is the part that I slipped underneath the hose. I have it oriented that way with the handle towards the outside so that I could squeeze it once I got it on there. But looks like that'll hold it open. What remains to be seen is whether or not I can pull out on this ram and push some of the fluid back into the reservoir. Oh boy, it doesn't want to move, which is going to make it tough to even pull that piston out. Unless once I get the hose disconnected, it becomes easier to do. But I don't know for sure. This may end up not being a one-person job. We will see. Okay, I was unable to move that. It's an awkward angle. Maybe it needs to be, there's a snap ring on there that needs to be taken off to take it apart, obviously. So what I'm doing here is loosening the hydraulic line from the motor. It goes to a rubber hose that goes alongside the inside of the ramp. And the reason I'm loosening it here is because I can very easily lift this up in the air and break any siphoning that might have occurred if I had just dropped it down. I don't have that option as easily from the underside. Okay, so that's disconnected there. The next thing I'm going to do is disconnect it underneath. Let's see if I can get a good shot. There it is. That's in the front of the ram. Remember, it forces fluid in that fitting and pushes that ram back to raise the lift. So I'm going to take that off and hopefully won't have too much fluid spill out. I don't know how much is actually in the ram itself. There's a couple gallons in the reservoir, but the reservoir never goes empty. I do have a little catch pan here that hopefully I can get lined up to keep from making a total mess, but it's on the floor, so it's a long ways down. We'll see what happens as I go ahead and loosen that. Go ahead and get the same wrenches in there. And I won't need to get some bigger wrenches for this. We'll see. Broke loose. Hopefully it's not too much of a mess. Here's only what's leaking out of the hose, which can't be that much. Nothing appears to be coming out of the ram. I wonder if there's some kind of a pressure valve in here somewhere that is holding the pressure in, because I would think that that would be leaking by now. Unfortunately, there are no instructions for this thing, so what I am going to do, just on the off chance, but I don't believe it's so, I am going to finally open up the seal package to see if there might be some instructions in there. So here's where I am with this. There were no instructions, just a parts list. I'm going to break this nut loose. I don't think I'm going to be able to turn that completely around because of the length of the thing. Nope. Maybe if I can take that one off, I might be able to. Or with, wait a minute. Oh, that's just a pinch nut to hold it in place. That's just to lock it in place. It's not what actually screws into the piston. Let's see, which way am I going here? Now, one thing nice is because these are brass and they're beveled fittings, none of them have been hard to break loose, so they don't take a whole lot of pressure to seal. So this one, it may in fact be a valve. It certainly has a very small hole in it, and maybe that is why I couldn't force any fluid one way or the other. So that's off, and I probably can take this out by hand now. Let's see if any fluid comes out, but very little. How about that? I had the bucket in the right place. This one doesn't appear to have anything to impede the flow of the fluid. So now that that's out, I'm going to give a little tug. Hopefully I can do it without knocking the camera over. On this, I'm going to have to get on the other side to get any kind of leverage on it. But doesn't really feel like it's going to move. Keep in mind that a car on this, or even the lift itself, weighs, probably got 500 or 600 pounds on it, just with the ramps. So, it doesn't appear that that's going to happen. And now I'm hoping that ram is in far enough for me to work it out of that bracket that's holding it up. Because if it's not, I may have to put this thing back together. Shoot fluid all over the place to raise this, which would pull that ram in. In the meantime, I guess that's as far as I can go. I am going to do one thing. I'm going to protect these threads by putting the nut back on it. Don't want to damage those threads if I should drop it or anything like that. And one thing I don't understand about this, and I may need to, this has an external snap ring on it here. And it appears that would only prevent this piece here from being drawn back into the cylinder. It doesn't appear that it holds it and prevents it from coming out this way. So I don't know what actually the story is there, but it looks like what I have to do now is take the pulley off of the far end and see if I can get that pin out to totally free up the ram. There it is right there. The hose is a little bit in the way. I'll see if I can put that up out of the way for now. And of course it's not going to stay. So I have to figure out what kind of a wrench I need to take that pulley out, and then I should be able to pull the pin out and the ram should be free. Then it's a question of, am I strong enough to handle that ram? I know that the ramp with that ram in it was the heaviest piece of this. There's no way I could move that by myself, but there's a lot of metal in that ramp itself. The other one that doesn't have any kind of a ram in it was also very heavy and impossible to handle by myself. So I don't know whether or not I can handle that ram by myself or not. It'll be interesting. Okay, those are 14mm bolts. I'm going to loosen one just a little bit, and then I'll remove the other completely, which should allow me to swing that plate out of the way. Once that plate's out of the way, in theory, the axle for that can come down, and it's not dropping easily. Let's just put this plate up out of the way, and I'm going to find the washer that dropped when I took the other bolt off and get something to pry that with. Okay, found my washer, got my pry bar. Let's see if we can pry this guy out. And that's not coming uneasy. Pry bar won't catch very well on the pin that's in there. I don't believe the pin that holds the ram in will come out without, well, maybe it will. Appears to be so close to coming out, but that pin isn't coming out without that dropping down. I gotta find a better way to pry that. The end of this pry bar is not thick enough, and it's a little bit too rounded. It's just slipping out of there, so I need to get something that's a little more square. Gotta search my toolbox. Okay, looks like prying it wasn't the way to go. I got a pair of channel locks. Get the bottom of it. Twist it. And now it appears to be coming down. That's a sleeve that went on top of the shaft. This sleeve was loose to begin with, and then of course the pulley itself. So just to show you how it sat in there, let's back this off some. The shaft goes into a pocket that's built into the ramp. Then you got the sleeve sitting on it, the pulley on it, the shaft, and the little plate that holds it on goes in that notch right there. Holds it up. So that's off. I should be able to pull the pin from the ram now. Probably should zoom that in a bit. Okay, you see the pin that holds the ram in there. That should come out fairly easy now. There it is. All covered with fluid from the pressure relief activating. So, we still have not been able to move the piston in or out. But now I guess it's time to see whether I'm strong enough to handle this or whether I gotta call for help. I got my son lined up to come and help me. So here's my hope. I've got that cart there, it's on wheels. And I'm hoping that if I can get this ram out of here, and I'll adjust this camera a bit. If I can get that ram out of there, I'll be able to work it to the point where I can put at least an end of it on that cart. We'll see. I don't know how heavy it is. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm able to slide it some. As I get it closer to that end of the ramp over there, it will be able to tilt more. And clear the end of the ramp. If not, I'm going to have to figure out a way to get the darn thing compressed a bit. I think it's going to go. I just have to make sure I don't pull completely out of this bracket, because then all the weight is going to be... Okay, I can't... Not strong enough with all the weight on one end. I'm going to have to be very careful. You know what? I think I might have an idea. I want to prevent that from coming out of that bracket there. I may be able to just insert the pin that holds it in if it's wider than that bracket, and that'll give me a safety stop if it comes out. We're going to check that out. Okay, the pin is wider than that bracket, so I inserted it in the back end of the ram. Let's see if I can show you that. Need some light. The pin is in the end of the ram, right there. And there's the bracket. The pin is wider than the bracket, so that gives me a safety stop, so that when I pull it, that's as far as I can go. So I think I can safely get that done onto the cart. Just move the cart into a better position. And then I think I have to widen the to get the idea there. I don't know if you going to be able to see the whole operation, but I'm showing you the safety stop end of it. So Not going to be able to quite get the ram down on the cart. Pretty heavy, but basically I think I can handle it. Let me see if I can come up with another way of supporting this end so I'm not carrying the entire weight at one time. I do not want to hurt myself because I'm working alone and nobody's home, and that wouldn't be a good thing. Okay, I think this is going to work. I have my engine hoist, and the arm on it is set over to a bungee strap, which is wrapped around the cylinder. And I'm going to move that cart down a little bit so that when I pull it off the end, I can set it on the end of that cart. And then I'll lower the lift and we should be done. Take the pin out. This way I can get the right leverage to move it. And it would appear that all this stuff in the way might actually be hampering me now. That bungee strap sure is stretching. I didn't think it would stretch that much. Get it down on the end of the cart there. Just need to move it a little bit and set the other end down. Piece of cake. Well, it's off. So now my plan is going to be to take that cart, roll it over with the end of the ram that connects to the ramp facing my vise, which I have turned sideways, and I'm going to clamp that part that goes into the ramp in the vise to keep it from moving and rest the other end of it on the end of that cart. And hopefully that will make it a suitable workbench to deal with. First, carefully move the cart with the ram and spin it end to end so that I can get the other end over into the vise. I have cardboard on the floor here because I spill a lot of fluids. It's easier to pick that up and throw it away every once in a while than to clean up the mess. So it makes it hard to roll. Okay. Focusing on the other end of it now. I think I have to move a chair there that's going to be slightly in the way. Unfortunately, it has many pounds of car parts on it. I think that's all the further I have to move it. If this cart was a little bit higher, it'd be a little bit better, but hopefully that will hold it tight enough that I can get the piston out of the casing here. Put it about there. Okay. Time to figure out how it goes together. What I'm probably going to do, once I get this out, is I am going to pull the snap ring off and see what happens. I'm not sure what exactly is going to happen, because like I said, it only appears to keep this cap from going into the cylinder. So what I'm going to do is measure here, because I need to get this approximately the same distance. It's about 11.5 inches from the edge of the case. That does not mean the edge of the part that goes in the case. So, first thing to do is you need a pair of external snap ring pliers. Expand that ring, pull it off. I don't know whether it's a good idea to have this on or not. I need to take that snap ring off, and I don't want to damage the piston. And this needs to screw off as well. Okay, the snap ring is away from the piston. What I'm a little bit baffled about is why, if that snap ring is the way it is, why doesn't that come out whenever you get pressure inside that cylinder? Something else has to be holding it. That came off unexpectedly, but heavy as that is, it's more likely to damage the floor than the piece. I am going to see if there's something in that where the hydraulic line goes in that prevents the cylinder from coming out. So in playing with that, I was able to move this piston out a little bit, and when I did, the fluid shot out of the hole where it goes in. So what I'm going to do is loosen this up and turn it 90 degrees so that instead of shooting across the shop, it shoots down. So that's 90 degrees. I still don't know how this part comes out. It might screw in. That's the only thing I can think of. And if it screws in, then the snap ring, now that wouldn't prevent it from screwing out. I'm not exactly sure what keeps this in. There's some fluid coming out now. I mean, might need more manpower just to pull this out. I don't see any other fastener that prevents it from coming out. This will give me a better grip on it. Might be a long process here. Strangely enough, it's draining whenever I put pressure in, which is counterintuitive because when fluid goes in there, the ram comes out this way. You would think it would be the opposite effect. You'd need to pull it out in order to get it to drain. So I'm going to work on that, and I'm going to see what kind of a wrench I might have. to take that off potentially. I'm finally making some progress on pulling this piston out, but well, before it came suddenly and came out pretty far. There you go. But I still haven't figured out how you get the darn thing out of the piston, out of the cylinder. I need to empty my drain pan again. So I've been playing around with this for, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, pulling that piston in and out, and with each time I was pulling it out, I was getting more fluid draining out of there. It's like maybe about 2 gallons in all. But I still can't figure out how you get the piston out of the cylinder. So it might be just a matter of brute force and knocking it out there, because some of the things in the kit do appear like they might be meant to hold it in, and maybe they are, but I don't want to take a chance on doing any damage. I want to see if I can find more information, which if I can't find it online, I'm going to call Derek Weaver Company, which is where I bought this. This might be the thing that's holding it in. It's a relatively rigid piece of something. I'm not sure which, but I'm not sure what it is. There are a couple other, look to be nylon rings inside that have a split, and then a number of seals. So 2 nylon rings that are split. It might be that you're supposed to just knock it out with brute force, but I want to know that before I attempt it, because I don't see any other way of getting that out. So I will go do some research, and hopefully at some point, hopefully tomorrow, I will have enough information to get that thing apart. So I talked to this tech support guy at DerekWeaver.com, where they sell lifts, direct lift being one of them. And this is the contents of the rebuild kit. You got 3 smaller O-rings, 2 bigger O-rings, a couple smaller seals, a big seal, a foam piece, and a, not even sure what this is. It's almost solid, but it's flexible. Not sure what it is, but he says that's part of the internal seal. He says what holds it in are these 2 nylon rings. They're split, so you're able to spread them, and you just have to use brute force to get them out. So he said, and it's easier said than done, that maybe you could get this off by turning it and prying it. Well, there's not much of a lip there to pry, and anything you can get on there to turn it at the same time is probably going to be in the way of getting a tool in there to pry it. So what I am going to try, and I will set the camera up on the other side. I'm going to try to extend the piston all the way out, and using that long piston as a leverage bar, I'm going to try to rotate it and pull at the same time and see if I can get it out that way. I don't know how confident I am, because if you think about it, those little 2 nylon rings are good enough to hold enough hydraulic pressure to lift a car. So I don't know if I can generate that much force, although it might be a situation where pulling on it is different than pushing on it. You know, it might be designed so that when hydraulic fluid pushes against it, it tightens, and maybe you don't get that tightening effect when you're pulling on it. So I'm going to put away those seals so I don't knock them all over the place, and make sure this thing is good and tight in the vise, and get to work on trying that. So I have about 43 minutes worth of video or battery left for this video before I need to change. So I'm going to pull that out and try to wiggle it. See what happens. Okay, it's all the way out. By out, I mean it's extended to its full reach. I wish that cylinder was clamped down better, but I don't know how to do it. This is going to be a struggle. I can't see that it's moved at all. One thing he didn't suggest that I'm probably going to try, since the snap ring that goes on here is to prevent it from going in further, I'm going to try taking a dead blow hammer and see if I can move that in. Maybe that'll break the lock. It moved in a little bit. Let's see if we can get it out now. Back up to its original position. It is wobbling. I can see that it's moving. Maybe it just needs more persistence. I can move it in some and I can move it back out to where it was relatively easily. So it's not just stuck in the floor. It's got to be those nylon clips holding it in, according to the support guy. It doesn't want to go anywhere past where it was. I'm going to shut off the camera now and see if I can come up with a way to actually pry on it. So after trying that for a bit and not really getting anywhere, spend some time thinking. And the snap ring goes on the outside of this, and what it would do is prevent this piece here, which the support tech called a gland. That snap ring keeps that from going in. So just maybe the trick is to actually push this in far enough to get to the rings that hold it in place. Since I've already proved that I can move it in and out, that's what I'm going to try. Okay. What I'm finding is split ring here that is probably what I'm after. I'm going to remove the one. If I get it, I will get it. I'm determined. That's a metal ring. That might not be included in part of the kit, but let's see if we can pull it out now. I'm going to move this carefully down the shaft so I'm not scoring it. And I'm going to try to pull that out. And make sure that the camera's still recording. This might be the key. Now I only pulled one of those, so if there's more than one, I might have to do it again, drive it in further. That certainly came out further. So that was part of the trick. Let's see if I can see in there. I do not see anything else. I may have to drive it in further again, see if there's a second ring, but for the time being, pull on it a little bit. Let's drive it in more again. See if we find another ring. Dead blow hammer's not really good for that. Not going in very easy. Maybe I need to shove the ram in, give myself some leeway. Yep, that definitely made a difference. Push it in a little further because I need the well, easy. I wonder if it's pushing the whole thing in, and it is. So I see nothing here beyond that. One ring that I already took out. Let me get the camera, see if I can show you what I've got here. Hopefully I can get a view of it without taking it completely off the tripod. Trying to lift this with one hand and aim the camera with the other. It's not working too well. I'm going to have to prop that up and get a better view of it. Unfortunately, it's causing a glare off the inside surface of the don't know what to call it, the inside surface of the canister, if you will, that holds the piston. So there's only this one ring right here. It's machined out, and that's what this guy that I removed sits in. This is not in the kit. This is a heavy-duty metal ring. So I suspect that now that that's out, it is a matter of brute force and pulling those couple of nylon rings out. I know this is going to drop. That's not good. I'm going to have to take that stand I put under it to get the view of the camera down that bore. I'm going to have to take that out and reposition this cart so that when it comes off, instead of it hitting or falling off the cart and dropping to the floor, hopefully it will just harmlessly fall onto the cart. I can't see any other ring or anything that I could remove. Probe it gently with a pick. I don't want to go too rough because I don't want to score anything. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut the camera off while I reposition it, and hopefully we can get it out. But at least we've made some progress. Okay, I switched batteries. I'm going to try to pull and twist like I was doing before I got that snap ring out. Maybe we'll have more success. That ring out of there. If not, then I'm guessing maybe some taps on this end with a hammer. Try going in it. There's too much resistance that way, it seems. So try the dead blow hammer first on the end here, on the block that the cable is attached to. I can't tell whether that's moving anything. Well, maybe. I'm seeing an O-ring now. I didn't see that before. So this cart might need positioned a little differently. Let's just try wiggling and pulling now that it's moved some. Hopefully I can get it out without it coming all of a sudden. That's wishful thinking, I think. Try some more taps with the dead blow hammer. I think she's coming. It's just like that one seal is what's holding it now. A few more taps with the dead blow hammer. Actually, now I may be able to get a pull behind here to pry. That's just moving that. Okay. Dead blow hammer again. Trying to get a sense for whether it's coming at all. See if I can get a look in there and see if I can see anything. I can see the blue seal. That appears to be all that's holding it in. If I can twist it now. I do wish I had a better way to hold that cylinder still. blue seal appears to be all that's holding it in. I'm wondering if I can get maybe a pick in there and pull it down away from that groove, which appears to be kind of where it's hung up. That's something I'll have to do very, very carefully, because I don't want to score the cylinder. This is just a straight pick. Doesn't seem to be easy to do that. I had it behind it for a while. Maybe I need the hook, the pick with the hook on it. Let's see if that works. Bend in the tip of that hook, and it's not allowing me to get back behind the blue seal. Maybe I need a bigger hammer to whack on that with, to just brute force it now. Unfortunately, this dead blow hammer is pretty light. So close. Gonna lose all my tools if I don't move that. Can't hook behind that. It's a situation where this is a cup. The cup is this way, going around that whole seal, and this is catching in the groove that held that big metal ring. And it just doesn't want to come past there. I'm going to try with a real hammer. Lighter one first. Screw up the threads on this rod beating on this plate, because I feel like I'm close now. I just need to get this thing out. I'd like to get that seal out in one piece so that I can see where it failed. But I may have to just cut down through it, pull the inside out, and then get that lip that's caught on the groove. I don't know how easy that would be even to cut with a razor knife, because if you think about it, it's got a whole lot of pressure. bit of prying pressure behind it. I don't know that it's enough. I see a little bit of that blue seal shaved off from a corner or something. That may have been what caused the leak, or I may have caused that by trying to get this apart. Find when I put this in there to try to pry, it's actually pushing the seal into that groove. So, not sure that's a good idea. Not sure it's going to help. It's all about that seal catching in that groove at this point. Beginning to wonder if I can put that metal ring back into that groove. And instead of the seal catching on the groove, it might ride over this metal ring. At this point, it's all about experimentation. I know I can get this ring back out because I did it once. So if I can get it in, maybe it'll help. Nope. It's catching on the actual metal part of the piston, so that makes it worse. Out she comes again. Okay, that's out again. I guess I'm just going to have to brute force it until that seal comes past that lip. I am going to shut off the camera a bit and take a break. Okay, I got it out. Sorry that didn't show up on the camera because it came out relatively easily. All I did was push this rod in a little bit and making sure that I pulled it out in perfect alignment, or as perfect as I could get, and it popped right out. So hopefully that's the hard part of the job. You can see some of that seal got torn up. I'm sure some of that was me yanking on it to pull it apart. And hopefully when I put it back in, it's going to be easier because I won't be fighting that lip. That seal will go in a position where it can be compressed. Come on, chap. Stay put. So that is, I hope, the hard part of the job done. And now I have to figure out what needs to be done in order to replace these seals. try to figure out what order they go in. I am going to have to take these nuts off. Hopefully that's in the frame. Not quite. I'm going to have to take these nuts off because this must come off so that I can replace the seals on the inside of both of these. The two rubber O-rings go toward the seal. The two plastic rings basically are there to hold in the two big O-rings. So let's see if they did a good thing and used the same size nut there as they did. Of course not. I'm probably going to have to find out what size that is and go get an appropriate socket. Okay, this is the end I'm going to work on the piston from. This is an 1.25 inch nut, and then there's a fiber ring, somewhat of a flexible ring of some sort. The blue seal with the beveled edge facing to me. Then this part here has 2 O-rings and 2 nylon rings. The O-rings are closer to me than the nylon rings. The way I can tell which end goes on the shaft first, the end where the snap ring, the external snap ring went on. And as a matter of fact, let's find that thing. Let's put it on so that we're not okay. To put that off, I would have to put that on. I would have to take off the other end, so maybe I'm not going to do that. I'll just remember that the snap ring end goes on the side toward where the cables connect, which is up there on my bench. So let's give this a go. 1.25 inches. Sometimes it's a pain when you have gloves on because it makes it difficult to get your extensions and such off. And now I lost track of my 1.25 inches. Yeah, it's on the nut, right where I left it. Make sure we're loosen. Loosen. I turned this down again because it wasn't cooperating with me. Now there's another nut on there. See what size it is. Also 1.25 inches. Let's see how easily this comes off now. Not too bad. Okay. Inside of here is where a couple of those O-rings go. So you're going to have to pick those out, put the new ones in. And as I assemble this stuff, I am going to have hydraulic fluid to lubricate them. Okay. See what's inside this one. Turn the light on. Looks as if one of those O-rings is inside there. I need more light than that. Camera light isn't enough. So there's an O-ring. Looks like a blue seal. And this side looks like another seal. These look a little different than what the kit I got contained, so I hope that's not a problem. Sometimes they change the kits, and they just don't tell you. So, I guess the first thing I'm going to do is work on the piece that, well, maybe I should work on the one that goes on the shaft first. Then I can put it on the shaft and work on the one that is on the end of the shaft. Let's do it that way. That one's out. Let's see what it looks like now. Maybe it does look like one that was in the kit. So that came from the end that is on the outside of the cylinder, which, because I have these reversed, means it goes on the shaft first. So working from the same direction, go after the first O-ring. That one's pretty easy. I'll line these up in the order that they came so I can match the pieces from the new kit. Maybe easier to work with the straight pick on this one. Don't know if the camera's catching that. Try to shed some light on it. Do my best. That might work. I'm going down in here. There's a blue rubber seal. Be careful not to stab myself. See if we can get it from the other end. That seems to be a little better. Fortunately, there's a little bend in the tip of my pick here. It means I have to work from this side, which is probably getting in the way. Got another pick with a straighter end on it that probably will be a little bit easier. I can get it started with the straight pick and then slip this one under it. Oops. It can be tough to do out of there, apparently. Be careful with these picks because you could go all the way through that hole and stab yourself in the hand. That wouldn't be fun. Probably be easier if I could put this in a vise. I've got my vise occupied with the cylinder. Hope the new ones go in easier than these come out. We've got it started a little bit, see if I can work it from the other side. Tough there too. Well, I don't think there's going to be much point in me leaving the camera run while I try to dig this out because it's just going to be more of the same. Persistence until I get it out. Times it seems like it's almost there, and then I lose it, lose the grip on it. Come on. I'd like to give you a sense of how long this takes. Which is why I'm reluctant to turn off the camera, but really don't want to make you watch all of this. So, long story short, I'm going to work at that in that manner until I can dig it out. Camera's been off for maybe about a minute. I dug one pick under, got the other one behind it, and there it is. So that is the third piece. Okay, that one, it's got a lip on it. You can see. So before I put that in, I have to make sure I know which way the fluid's going to push against, because it's got to push against this lip. So if it pushes against this bevel, it'll just compress it and it won't be an effective seal. It's hard to see in there without so it goes this way. Needs it's in the, goes into the cylinder like this. So the fluid comes in here, pushes this way. So that lip's got to face the external snap ring. Now there's 2 more seals that have to come off of this, or O-rings I should say. These retaining rings go behind the O-rings. Okay. I'm going to find me a, hopefully I can find a clean container to put a little bit of this hydraulic fluid in, so I can dip those in before I try to install them in the piece. Okay, I'm going to retract what I said before. This goes in this way, but this is anchored in place by the external O-ring, so the fluid is pushing against it this way. So that open lip on that internal seal has to be pointing that way. So here we go. Open end of the seal has to catch the fluid. So this sits here and doesn't move. Push that seal in. Get it flipped around. Well, that's not an easy task. Wow. This might take some doing. You get it in there by crimping it, but you need to get it flipped around. There's no room to do it. Don't want to use any tools for fear of damaging the seal. See if we can squeeze it in this way. Seems like you almost have to bend this into a shape of a C by pushing one end in all the way to there, sliding it down in, and then letting it pop out. There's a brass bushing in there. I don't think that'll come out. If it could come out, it would make it much easier. Maybe a gentle tap with a brass drift. It's just to see if that will move. It doesn't look like it's going to move. Not easily. I have to concentrate on trying to fold that seal in there. It's a really tight fit. Once again, I'm going to shut the camera off because there's no point in you watching me struggle with this, and I will let you know how I got it in. Still struggling, but I'm going to try something here. Going to pinch this together and hold it and attempt to fold it down from the other sides. With another pair of pliers to get it started in that hole. Hope I don't destroy this seal, but I can't see any other way of getting it in there. think I've almost got it to where it could go in, but I need to have enough showing that can go in to get it started. Anyways, that's the only way I can see to bend it in there. Even that, I can't get it in. Jeez. Can't even get it folded around enough to get it in there. Very difficult. I'm going to shut off the camera again and try something else. So the last time I worked on this was on Friday. It is now Monday. And I was having a lot of trouble bending this seal to get it in. You notice this cup here. That has to be the open end of the cup has to be on the side that the fluid is on. So when this goes on this shaft, it's got to go this way. And I tried to explain that on one of the videos last week, and I picked it up and you couldn't see what I was trying to demonstrate, so kind of go over that again. So this is the end of the rod that goes inside the cylinder, and the first thing I want to do so I don't forget is the things I need on the end of that are the snap ring that holds the gland in, and the gland is this part that I'm trying to get the seal in. It goes in this groove, and that actually keeps it from going into the cylinder too far. That's what holds it out. There's another ring that goes in this groove here. I don't know if you can see the groove. There's another ring that goes in there. It's a metal ring. Not really designed for snap ring pliers, but it has to go on, and once that gland is in there, it gets put inside this groove here. And if you've been watching the video and not skipping, you've seen me take that out twice. But that has to go on before the gland as well, because you can't stretch either one of these things over the rod. They just don't have that much give with, I think you'd destroy them. So I'm going to try to explain again. I think you may not have been able to see what I was trying to demonstrate last week. So this gland goes on the shaft this way, which means that this seal has to go in this way so that when fluid pushes up against it, it expands that seal. So I was having trouble with that last week, trying to bend it into what I called a C, and other people call it a kidney shape. But it turns out there's a tool for that. And the tool is right here. Going to back off so that you can see the whole tool. And you put the seal in there, bend it this way, it makes it into a C, and I will demonstrate that. And you put it inside the gland. So I'm going to soak that seal in a little bit of hydraulic fluid to lubricate it. And let's see, I'm going to push it in this way, so I need it gets put on like that, and then you rotate these two around. I was calling it a C, they call it a kidney shape. Now, I've got that backwards because I need to have the open end facing me after it's inserted. So put in open end facing me, rotate it around. It is now narrow enough to fit down in that hole. Hopefully it will go in easily. It's actually still a tight fit. Wow. Nothing's easy. Okay, I'm going to try it from the other end, which means I've got to reverse this again. Maybe it'll go in easier that way. So, open end is going to go in first, closed end towards me, which is going to be this side of the tool's good at turning gloves. Wow, I cannot get this in even with the tool. Got it past. Only got it past because I'll show you once I get it in here. It's in the slot. I'm removing the tool. Trying to anyway. I only got it in that because the front end of it slipped off, and so I'll demonstrate what I mean by that on the old one I have. That might actually be a useful technique for doing it. So there we have the gland in there, or the seal in the gland. We've got the open end this way, which is the way it goes on the shaft, so that the fluid is going to be pushing this way. So demonstrating with the old seal, the only way I got in there, and it was kind of luck, and I'm not paying particular attention to which way the opening is here. So I got it on the tool. I changed it into the kidney shape, and this part here came down off of the seal like that, which made it a little bit thinner. It may have come off more. Like I said, this is the destroyed thing. May have come off more and rested totally flat on this shaft of the tool. But without doing that, I don't think it was going to go in. Once that happened, by accident, so you can make it happen on purpose, went in very easily. Okay. Next part, there's a O-ring. That's the old one. I'm going to get another glove. So the O-ring goes in next. Inside that gland. So I had seen people use that tool on some YouTube videos, and I would recommend, that's what I did. I didn't find any with this particular cylinder, so this is unique as far as what I found on YouTube. But I saw several videos, and I just watched people using different techniques to get those seals in. One guy actually took a pair of pliers and just smashed this together, and then put a zip tie around it and tied it together, and then bent it in on the two sides to make it the kidney shape. And then once he got it started, cut the zip tie, and it was in. It might be a little tricky when you're cutting the zip tie to keep from cutting your seal. There's 3 O-rings in here that are smaller, so I got to make sure I get the correct one. And make sure I don't mix the darn things up, old and new, like I did fortuitously the other day with the blue seal. So once you've got that blue seal in there. Let me just double check to make sure I'm still in the frame here, because I was out of the frame last Friday. I think that should be okay. But basically this is very pliable, so this should not be the problem that blue seal was. Just a matter of getting it lined up to the groove that it goes in and pushing it into the groove. Easier said than done when your fingers are almost as big as the hole in the gland. Actually, it might be a good idea to just pinch this in the middle like the tool does. Let me try it that way. Try to pinch it with my fingers. Get one end down in there. It's not going in easy. Sure, if I can get most of it in the groove that it belongs in, I can just stick something that isn't sharp down on the edge of it and pull it in and snap it in. Okay, I'll bring it for a close-up. You can see that I've got it most of the way in. Actually, it's pretty hard. There, you can see it. I'm just working on pushing that into that groove right there. And there it's in. And one last piece is they call it a wiper. Wipes any dirt off of this shaft as it goes in and out. And this, the thin part here, sticks out. So it's got to go in this shaft, in this gland, so that it sticks out. And this is pretty much just the same thing. It's rubber, bends pretty easily, but might be easier if you can kind of bend that into a C, or kidney shape as they call it. Of course, that's easier said than done. came out easier than the new ones going in, that's for sure. There we go. We got it. Sticks out a little bit and wipes the shaft. This is where the O-ring or the snap ring goes. There's 2 O-ring grooves here now. Gotta get those out. So 2 large O-rings and 2 snap rings. I'm going to try, and I'll let you know whether it's a good idea or not. I'm going to try to put the outer O-ring on first, and hopefully the second one will go over it easier than having it fall into this slot and then have to dig it out to get it over this hump to get it into the second groove. So again, some hydraulic fluid. I'm holding this because I just had a thought that maybe it's not a good idea to rest the gland on this wiper seal, and then this is probably hopefully the easiest part because this is split. I can just put this over the thing, and behind the O-ring. So this is the pressure side. It's the O-ring, then the seal, and then the O-ring, then the retainer, the plastic retainer. O-ring, retainer, O-ring, retainer. Keep in mind now, I'm trying to go over this other O-ring with this one. And that slipped right on really easily. And again, the plastic retainer, I don't think it makes a difference, but I'm going to try, like you do with piston rings in an engine. If I can find where this is split, and I can't see it. Wow. I was going to try to separate the two splits by 180 degrees. I don't really think it makes a difference, but I cannot see the split, so I'm guessing I'm just going to put it on. There's nothing there to see. Oh well. We'll do it that way. So, O-ring, retainer, O-ring, retainer. So, now this goes on the shaft this way. This wiper seal toward the O-ring, or the split ring side. So I'm going to slip this on. Put a little bit of the fluid that's on my hands. On the rod. What I've seen most people do is just kind of give this a bump with their hands, like that. I don't want this resting on these rings anywhere, so I'm going to move it down. Put some more hydraulic fluid on it to lubricate it. And the wiper's doing a good job of just wiping it off. Okay. So that part of the job is done. The next part is this piston that, again, it's got an opening part in the seal here, and that goes to the fluid side. So this rod is going to sit inside this cylinder, and the fluid is going to be between the seal on that gland and this seal here. So we got to pry off that seal. And this is a split ring. It comes off really easily. And there's another one in the kit like that. I don't know if I'm going to replace this part right here, because what comes in the kit looks like a little piece of sponge, and I don't know if it's going to be able to get it in there. This does appear to have a slit in it right there. But before I do that, this seal's got to come off. That looks like that might be a job. I need to shut off the camera for a second, get some screwdrivers or something to try and work with that. Well, here goes nothing. I'm going to try to illuminate the subject a little bit. get down behind here with a screwdriver. Wonder if it'd be better to go to the other side. This looks like a good opportunity to stab yourself with a screwdriver. Yikes. These things, of course, have to be heavy duty. In order to hold the pressure. So, you know, come out easy. Should make this a two-piece unit and bolt it together. So that you can just put the seal in and be done with it. Unbolt it, put the seal in it. Wow. This might take a while. I think I'm going to get a little bit bigger screwdriver. Don't need it for the size, that may even be a detriment, but for the strength it might be a good idea. Start with that little one behind it, and work the big one next to the little one. Now, I've got a screwdriver behind it. I'm going to get my goggles on. I usually do that first thing when I get into the shop, and I didn't do it. Safety glasses, I should say. I guess you could try to cut it. I don't even think that would be easy. I
I'd like to put it in a vise, but I'm kind of afraid of trying to do that. Fear of marking it somewhere and causing a leak. Well, this hydraulic fluid doesn't make it any easier either. It's a hot, humid day and my safety glasses are steaming up, making it hard. It's going to take some work trying it from both ends and not really having any success from either side. Thought I had a grab on it and it slipped out. Trying to get one screwdriver out far enough, or get the seal out far enough to slip another one down beside it. Well, as I have done in the past, I'm going to shut off the camera because this promises to take a while. Try to get a... It's 12:02. Try to remember to tell you what time it is when I get back with it out. Okay, it's 12:11.
What I managed to do was get far enough behind it with a screwdriver that I could get this tack puller in there because it has a bent edge. It allowed me to get a small screwdriver under there. Hopefully I can pop it off. I did try to cut it a little bit, and uh-oh, my little screwdriver's slipping out. I did manage to put a slice in it, but oh my, lost all the progress I made. Okay, got the little screwdriver in. With the little screwdriver in, and get behind it with the tack puller. It's going to be fun getting the other one back in too. You need about 6 hands. I don't know how I'm going to be able to get the new one on. Hopefully it goes on easier. Well, I'm going to shut the camera off again. So I managed to get the tack puller completely through it over to the other edge. Hopefully now I can use that as a pry and pry it up and over the lip. It's going to want to slip down. See if I can get it further on. I'm going to lose the progress I've made because it's slow coming. These. Dripping water out of my gloves. My hands are sweating so bad. Got the tack puller in a lot further. Trouble is, when I pull on that, everything else falls out.
Okay. I think now I've got that far out, I might be able to just cut it. That was easy. In the meantime, I have looked at this piece of what I thought was foam. I think it's felt, which is what the other piece there is. So I think I am going to replace that. It does have a cut in it like that. So for now, I'm going to clean up. I'll pull this piece of felt out. And I'll clean up this piston and start to try and put the seals on. The smaller, this face here is much smaller than the outside face where I was trying to get the screwdriver in, so maybe since that thing is beveled, it will slip on a lot easier. Oh, I forgot, there's two little O-rings in here I've got to dig out and replace. I want to do those first so that I'm not screwing around with the new seals. Trying to get those out and back in. One of the videos I watched, somebody called this an O-ring pick. I never knew there was a specific thing like that. Specific name for it. Apparently he was right. That was the easiest I've ever removed O-rings from inside or outside. And inside's usually worse. So we got the two O-rings. We'll try to keep the piston in the frame of the camera. There's one in. Took the other one out of the fluid. Well, those were the easiest so far. Now, I think it's going to be best to deal with that seal first. And I got to make sure this goes on the end of the not in the frame. This goes on the end of the rod this way, so the fluid's going to be pushing this way, so the cup has to be open towards this side. lots of fluid on here. Whoa, that's not even close to the size. Wow. I'm thinking this is going to be a job. There's probably a tool for this too, but I didn't see one. Wow. There's no way it's going to go over that because it's well short of it. So it's got to tuck under first. I did hear that you could soak these in hot water to heat them up. Make them more pliable. I don't know that putting water in the inside of your hydraulic cylinder is a good idea. Trying to get it caught under this lip and then press with the heel of my hands on the edge of it. Might be risky, but I gotta get more leverage than I can get with the palm of my hands. So, trying to get this tack puller, which is basically smooth on this side, underneath there. It's smooth on both sides, as long as you don't catch an edge. I wonder if setting it out in the sun would help heat it up, make it more pliable. I'm gonna try to set it in the sun. See if that helps. So I've had the seal sitting out there for about 20 minutes in the sun, and I actually took the tray of hydraulic fluid out, put it in the tray, and it's been in there for about 20 minutes. Only problem is the sun just went in behind a cloud, so as good as it's going to get for a while. Thought I was getting close. Just when you think you got it, it slips off. Afraid to put anything behind there to pry it. Anything that's hard enough to pry it is probably going to be hard enough to cut it. Gonna try an idea. I know I have more of these around. If I can get it started, clamp it so that it can't come off. And get another one once I get this kind of started. Get another one over on the other side. Now I have more of those. I gotta go find them. Gonna try that. Okay, this is kind of ugly, but it's kind of working. I've got several of these clamps, and I've been slowly walking it around, much like you would walk a tire around a wheel, and moving them. I've got to get down here and just taking them a little bit at a time. Uh-oh, I'm losing it. About ready to lose this one clamp on the side here. Can't let that go. Big ones may be too big, getting in my way. That's not damaging that seal, because I don't know of any other way to get it on. Actually going to clip this towards the edge and try to use it. It's slowly walking its way on. I'm glad I left the video running because I eventually walked it all the way around with those clamps. It was a chore, but it's on there now. Oops. Dangerously close to spilling some more hydraulic fluid on the bench than I already have. Okay. Hopefully I didn't destroy anything there. I will clean that off with a clean paper towel and put some clean hydraulic fluid on it, and then I will put those final 2 seals on it and be ready to put it back on the rod. Just for timekeeping, took me about a half an hour from the time I took the seal and the hydraulic fluid out of the sun and started to put the seal on this piston and put the piston on the rod. Still haven't found my 2 retaining nuts, but I can clear up some of the bench and that'll help me find them. So my nuts that go on the end of the rod were right with the impact wrench and the socket that I needed to use on them. Okay, I just have that on 2 out of 4. I don't want to go crazy wild on it. I am going to use a bit of blue thread locker blue on it, and that should keep it from coming apart. One of the videos that I watched, the guys, he had it on I believe it was a backhoe or what do you call those little things? I can't remember the name of them now. But his piston had come off the end of his rod, and although if that happened here, the lift would completely stop working. On a backhoe, he had 2 pistons, and one was working and it was doing some of the work, and it was just beating up the piston every time he extended or retracted it the full distance. So what you have there is 2 nuts. The first one was tightened, and the second one was tightened up against it to lock it, and the second one has blue thread locker on it. So that should be good. What else have we here? We have to put on this retainer, whatever it does. I'm not sure what exactly it does. Oops, that's the old one. Don't want to do that. The new one was soaking in the... I guess there's a lesson here. The number of times I've picked up the wrong one. You really ought to be careful about where you're putting the old and the new. I don't know what you're supposed to do to keep this down. None of the videos that I saw had anything like this. And that's got to go in the bore before the seal. Wow. They didn't make this easy, our friends at Direct Lift. This one might have a chance of staying in because it's felt. It does have a gap in it though at the end. The old one didn't. Yeah, okay, if I stretch it a little bit, it closes the gap. I'm pretty certain that is everything that I need to do before I can start loading this in. It's going to be hard with one person because of the tendency for these things to want to come out. Okay, I am going to back the camera up and see if I can do that. I think I'm going to need some luck here. Which one's on the other side of this? It'll be in the way of the camera potentially, but that's going to try to come out of me. And I already lost the other ring. trying to bend this. Hopefully it will stay on. I'm beginning to wish that I had decided to keep the old, got one old ring. Doesn't look like there's any wear on it. And it doesn't have any sealing properties because it's got a slit. It's just not entirely sure what it's there for. Give it one more try with the new one, and then I may go back to the old one. I needed something to support this end of the rod. I don't have anything handy. Maybe I do. Step ladder. So I've got the end of it supported on a step of a step ladder. It goes over to the cylinder. Getting low on battery, so I might have to stop and change this, but it says 9 minutes. And I'm going to try to stuff this in here within that 9 minutes. Pull this over to the top and make it easier for me to hold it up. And I felt it's getting pinched. Didn't go all the way in. Bring that up to the top where I can see it too. Piece is being a royal pain because it's not bent all the way. I should probably wet that with a little hydraulic fluid. Coming out of the gap. Gotta get it done in there. Okay. Okay, I think all I have to do, I'm going to check the battery on the camera. I think all I have to do is just give that a good shove straight in. There you go. This thing, probably just like it came out, I can probably just tap that in with a brass drift. So I will change my battery in the camera, tap that in. So I got my brass drift and a hammer. Try to gently tap that in as gently as I can. I'm going to take this off. That's causing me to have to hit it at a bad angle. Make sure I got the right socket. And I guess I didn't have to put these rings on. Guess I need a wrench on that to keep it from turning. So there's a 7/8 inch flat on the end of the rod here that you can get a wrench on to hold the rod still while you're turning this off. Now I can get a better shot at the, I didn't have to put these on. I can get a better shot at the gland to pound it in. Once we get that second ring past that groove, we should be pretty good. Pounding it from different directions to make sure it goes in straight. Doesn't get caught. I've got to get that in far enough to get that one ring in there. A little bit. That should do it. Got my glove cut under there. Nope, that might be wrong. I gotta see if I can get the gland to come out a little bit to get the the snap ring on now. I think that's the way I did it before. I had it all the way in. Past that ring, that's the only way you could reach it. That had to be the way I did it. But now I need to pop that out so I can get the snap ring on so it won't go inside. Oh. Problem I think I'm having is air's not able to get past the O-rings now. That's a fine kettle of fish. Compressing the air inside there. I can see one O-ring. I don't know if that's the first or the second. If it's the first, I should be able to get air past it. Looks like I got about 3 or 4 more feet to go. I think it's actually forcing the gland out just a fraction. So it's starting to move it. Well, apparently there's a good seal in there. Won't even let air pass. only moved a hair. I'm going to shut the camera off and work on it. I just came up with an idea. I'm betting that if I would install this into the lift, just put some hydraulic pressure in there, it will slide that out for me. But I got to get the O-ring on here before I'm sorry, the snap ring on here before I do that. So I used my cart with some jack stands on it, a ladder, a lot of muscles to put that thing back up in there. And the one thing that I did that I had to do extra work for was I didn't have the plate that captures the cables screwed all the way onto the rod. And as a result, I had a choice of either taking that rod and turning it with a wrench until I got that tightened, or using some more muscle and backing it out again. So, long story short, I chose to slide it back out. But, oh, by the way, I was saying about using the hydraulic pressure to push that out. One of the videos I watched, a guy had a thing that was stuck, and he could not get it out. Even though the bolts were loosened. He put it back on his backhoe and attached a hydraulic to it and just popped it right out again. So I'm going to do it gently because I only need to move it a little bit. But basically I'm going to do the same thing. So I've got this just about ready to go in the slot. In the slot. See if I can insert the pin. And maybe I'll move the camera or zoom it in or something to show that a little better. I'm going to zoom that in. This is the pin that goes in. Left the cotter pin in one side. I got to put it in and put a cotter pin in on the other. And then the cylinder will be anchored to the lift. Then I'll have to put in the pulleys and cables. So, this might be interesting trying to get this lined up. Not too bad. I have a cotter pin here somewhere that's supposed to go in that. thought it was right there with the pin. So let me locate that and get that installed. There's the pin, and you can see the cotter pin hole. There's the cotter pin. I'm just going to tap that in with a hammer, I think. It's a little bit bent, it won't come out once I tap it in. Then we'll see if I need to bend it a little further. Try to get a little better view of the cotter pin. There it is right there. Need to tap that in so that it doesn't come out. It's through. But I'd like to go get it a little further through. It's through, and it's got enough of bend on it that it's not going to come out. Not by itself, it's going to have to be taken out. So the next thing to do is to put the pulley in for the cable on this end. I had to take that pulley out so that I could get the pin out. Trying to see what we got here. Okay, that cable is kind of in the way. There's not much I can do about that, but I'm going to insert the pulley, the pin, the bushing, and the retainer clamps. So start with the pin. The pulley goes on top of that. And make sure the cable can go around the pulley. The bushing goes on top of that. And that pin goes all the way up in. Now, I need to turn that pin to get the flat side of it where the notch is. So that the retainer can go. So the retainer slides in that notch. Bolt goes into the bottom of the lift. There's a threaded hole here. That one's started. There's that one. Also started. Pulley is in the proper position. I just need to get my little impact wrench and tighten that up a little bit. Not crazy tight, but tight enough that it won't come apart. So I'll set my impact wrench to tighten on just number 1. Give it a quick hit. And that's good. So now to fasten the rest of the cables. If you recall, I labeled them two, 4, 8, and 10. So that I put them back in the position they were. So that's 8. That is 2. Oops, wrong place. Uh-oh. I need to rotate this down a little bit. There. There's number 2. And I have to make sure that the number 2 cable is wrapped around the top pulley.
That's number 10. So that's going to be the top one on the other side. And again, 8. So this must be 4. So you gotta make sure that's wrapped around the bottom fully. And goes in there. I should do 10 next because it's the top one. That'd be easier to work with. Oh, I just lost one. Well, the 2 and the 10 will stay because they can't get past the thing that's there. So the 4 and the 8, I am going to need to have this plate at the ready to latch them in with. Otherwise they'll fall. So there's number 4. This is number 8 around the bottom pulley. I will double check those with a flashlight because it's just the prudent thing to do. Okay, so now now that I've got that, I can slide this plate up and they will stay in place. The only thing that's strange here is those cables look pretty loose. I gotta make sure that they're attached everywhere where they're supposed to be. So I will go around and inspect those. So I connected all the hydraulic lines on off camera. And basically the only one that is anything vaguely different than just a connection is this one. It's an elbow. And this screws into the cylinder. And there's another nut here, and that nut is what seals it. It's an 11/16. Once you get that to the position you need it in, you just tighten down on this nut to seal it. So I used a crescent wrench on all these others. I'll check them for leaks after I fill it with some fluid and pump it up a little bit, but only thing left to do is
put the big nut on there so that those don't come off. One of the cables, when I inspected it, the 2 o'clock cable was not on the pulley up here on the back of the lift where it changes directions. So I had to adjust that. And now, once I go get the nut, because I left it over there, I'll put it on and then fill it with some fluid and test it out. So this block here that all the cables actually attach to, that is threaded onto the rod. So this nut doesn't really hold that on. It might lock it on. What this nut's purpose is to hold that plate on so that the cables stay in there. Okay, that's the reason that's going so slow is, once again, I put it on the lowest setting. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold that with a wrench. Probably put it back. I had it out over there. Oh, there. It'll hold the shaft. Actually, I can't get the wrench onto the flat there. I have to see how tight that is. Okay, the 2 plates are tight. I'll turn it a little bit more. Twist it rod a little bit. I'm probably going to have to get a screwdriver to... Oh, there it is. It came off. So now all's left to do is put some fluid in it, start to raise it up, make sure the cables are in the right place. Check for leaks. So I put it together, put some fluid in, fired it up, and unfortunately I have a leak. And I think I know why. I think it's the fact that I didn't get that gland pulled out far enough, because where this fitting goes in, I could see the O-ring. one of the O-rings. I didn't know if that was the first or the second. If it happens to be first being here, second being here, if it happens to be second, because you can see that the fluid's just going in and going that side of the O-ring. So I'm going to need to get some help to pull that thing out further. Just could not do it by myself. So we'll have to see when I can get some help and how that goes. So here's where I stand. This gland in here needs to be pushed out far enough to expose the ring to get this snap ring around it. There is another ring in here that prevents it from getting pushed all the way out. That's in place. I tried to put it on the lift and do it with the pressure from the pump, but that was not successful. Hopefully I can show you why with a little more illumination on the subject. If you look inside there, you can just barely see the O-ring right to the left there. And it's far enough down the cylinder that fluid just bypassed it. I suspect that the second O-ring, there's two of them, is somewhere here, and it was preventing fluid from getting into the cylinder, so it just all blew past it. Hindsight being what it is, 2020, I now have figured out, I think, okay, part of the problem why I can't get that ring out, I'm sorry, the gland, why I can't get the gland to pop out is because when I pull on this, I better not do that because it's not anchored. Last time I tried that, it was anchored in the vise. At any rate, the reason I can't pull that out is now that I've replaced the seals, I have a good amount of air trapped in that cylinder between the gland here, and I've got a seal here blocking it from escaping, and somewhere down here is the seal on the end of the rod. So as I try to pull it out, I'm compressing that air, and it gets to a point where it acts like a spring. I can no longer pull it out any further out, and if I let it go, the air expands and the rod goes back into where it was. So I think I have come up with a method of being able to pump that out or push that out, and basically it involves using hydraulic jacks and cleats on my workbench to pull it out, then put a cleat so it can't retract, move the jack, put a cleat to brace it on, pump it up some more, move the cleat until I get it done. So the first thing I have to do in order to accomplish that is to get this thing down on the bench. And what I've been doing with success, I probably could have handled this 20 or 30 years ago, but I'm not as young as I used to be, so I'm trying to handle it at a bit at a time. And what I found is using these two jack stands, I am able to lift one end of it up and or lower it a little bit at a time by using the ratcheting stops on the jack. So now I'm to the point where the jacks are all the way down and I need to get it onto the bench. So what I think I can do is just, I'm going to move this a little bit yet to get it closer to where I want it to end up. Okay, that ought to be pretty close to where I want it to end up. And just make sure that I've got it in the frame. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the one jack stand, drop it down onto the bench, and let it remain resting on this jack stand. Hopefully it won't slip. Actually, what I'm going to do is move this one back. I want this one out of the way, so I'm going to have to go this way. So by handling one end at a time, I've been able to move this thing around. I don't know how much it weighs, but it's fairly heavy. So now that it's on the bench, I'm going to clamp the end of it in that vise down there. Hopefully it's deep enough to catch the top of that ram there. It may not be, but plan B would put a block of 2x4 in there, clamp that in the vise, and let the ram rest against it. Okay, it isn't actually going to catch it. So now what I'll do, I haven't tightened this vise yet, but this doesn't have to be crazy tight here to hold it. But this needs to be prevented from swiveling. So I'm going to crank that down fairly tight. Pins, because if I bend the pins, I won't be able to get it loose beyond a certain point. That would not be a good idea. I do want them to be having a firm grasp on that so it can't move, because that is critical to this working. Okay, it's in the vise. Now, what I will do is I will take that big block of wood, wonder if I should turn this just a little bit. Anyways, I'll take this big block of wood, put a jack between here and here. Put a jack between here and here, bolt that down to the table, and pump the jack up to expand it. So while I set that up, I'm going to shut the camera off. Okay, already I have run into a snag with my plan, as this jack I was planning on using won't pump in a horizontal position. So my next alternative, which I had already thought about doing anyway, is, and it might mean less moving of the cleats, is that great big 8-ton ram that's on my engine hoist. So I think that is what I'm going to do, is pull that off of there and see if that'll pump in a horizontal position. I won't know till I pull it, but hopefully it will. And I might have to move the cleats less by using that longer ram. So hopefully this will pump in a horizontal position. I've got a block of wood held with 3 lag bolts there. And we'll see if we can extend this now. I only need to extend it far enough to get that gland to pop free. Get out far enough. And this one is pumping. If that gland comes out enough for me to get that O-ring on, I'm finished. But right now all I'm doing is compressing the air inside that cylinder. Hopefully it will move that gland out. I think I had it further out than that manually the other day. Matter of fact, I know I did. Checking to make sure everything's still hanging on good. Seems like the jack is pumping up quite a bit, and all of a sudden it will release a little bit. The rod will release inside the cylinder and it'll come out a bit. Yep, that's what's happening. So I don't know how far I'll have to pump this, but I've got plenty of workbench to fit whatever length I need. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but my advice, if you're going to do this job, is once you get the seal on the rod into that cylinder, immediately put the gland in so that you don't have all this air built up inside. That's going to allow you get to fight you in pulling it out. Can't really see any movement on the gland yet. I imagine when it happens, it's going to happen all of a sudden. I may in fact have to pump it all the way out. Start pumping this thing. I would like to have this video running whenever it happens. Actually, right there with my hand, I'm probably in the way of you seeing anything. So I've got it probably extended a foot more than it was, or at least 10 inches maybe. I'll try to focus more on the actual gland so that when it moves, you might be able to see it. Ooh, that's not a good place for the tripod. Put it out of harm's way. And maybe cast some light on the gland so that when it moves, you might be able to see it. If I have to move the jack, I will do that. And then I can get a better visual on the gland. I think I may be at the limit of this travel of this ram in the horizontal position. So I think what I'm going to do right now is to make myself a cleat. Put a cleat right here to prevent that ram or the rod from retracting when I release the pressure on the jack. And then I will release the pressure and move this cleat up and pump some more. So I'm going to install a cleat here to hold that while I move it. I might be running out of battery on my electric or battery operated ratchet. Unfortunately, my charger's up at the house. Okay, so I'm going to relieve the pressure on the jack. Hear the pressure being relieved, but the piston didn't come back in. I'm probably going to have to compress that manually. Okay, we're going to reposition this. Actually, it's not much of a reposition. It's in the same spot, basically. Now I have to reposition that cleat to move it. Better put my wrench to loosen. tighten. Better make sure that jack is engaged in the right spot. Yep. Okay, so now I should have the ability to move that out probably about another foot, hopefully before that goes another foot. I'll be able to stop this because the gland above popped out. Gonna try not to get in the way of the video as I pump. At least this way, once I get it pulled out some, the thing isn't retracting when I let it go. Maybe I'll edit out some of this pumping. That's starting to slip. Keep an eye on that. sure that doesn't slip off. At some point, this will get all the way out. There. Seal, the metal thing that holds the seal in, that the seal fits in on the, that wasn't good. I hope I don't lose that because it didn't retract. Luckily, I didn't lose that progress I had made. See, I may find a better way to anchor the ram on the rod that I'm trying to pull out. Hopefully that'll work better. Kick the tripod. Make sure we're in the frame. I don't think that method of anchoring it to the rod is good because I don't appear to be generating any pressure. It's not as fast as it was. I thought maybe the gland would pop free by now. It obviously hasn't. And I just lost the jack again. Fortunately, I didn't lose the progress I've made again. I'm going to shut off the camera for a bit. That way I have less cutting to do. I'm just going to be doing the same thing. So I've set up a little extra block to just drop down in between the cleat that I put on to keep it from losing all my progress. And I will put that in there as soon as it's enough room to get it in, so that if I do get this extended to a point where I was doing it manually and it was fighting me, I can at least keep some of the progress I made. So there's 1.5 inches of progress that I won't lose. And when I get it a little further, I'll tilt it sideways. That'll give me about 3 inches of progress I won't lose. Got some more. Won't lose that. I gotta find myself another piece of something to put in there. So that as I make progress, I get it held. Another bit of progress I won't lose. Another bit. Gonna need more stuff. I'm gonna shut off the camera for a second while I search. I got a piece of 2x6 that's almost ready to fit in there, and then I'll start using those thinner pieces as I make progress so I don't lose it if the jack slips. So the 2x6 is in there. That means I've made about 5.5 inches of progress. Unfortunately, the way hydraulic jacks work, the further extended you get them, the less progress you make with each pump. Maybe it might be getting close to time to move my cleats. think I'm gonna do that. Well, the jack has a good connection on it. Move, especially this one. So I've got the one that's holding this end in moved. I'm going to release the jack and then move that one, but I'm going to shut off the camera and change my battery. Well, we're still waiting for that thing to pop out. It's working at it this way. I wonder if I'm going to have a problem shoving the ring back in once I get it all out this way. Put those things in vertically so that I can get them out easier. But it seems to be working better the further I get it extended. air just came out of the pump and the gland moved a little bit. Now I may have to just pull this out as far as I can. And just gotta get it a little bit further out. But I may need the metal piece that's on the seal down on the bottom to come up and contact the gland so that I can actually move it. We'll see how far. I don't know if that's all the way. By all the way, I mean whether the gland is being contacted by the metal part on the rod. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to, now that I've got it that far, I think compress the jack, compress the ram that I'm using to jack it apart, move my cleat up as far as I can, and then go at it again with the jack. So you see me move the cleats several times and compress the jack, so I am just going to do that off camera. Okay, here we go with what I hope is the last time. I don't have the back pressure on it from all that air in there this time, so Jack's trying to slip out. So in other words, I don't think I'll lose my progress if the jack slips. Needs to come out about 1/4 of an inch. lost my jacking action. So now I'm going to be brave, since I don't think there's anything to pull it back. Just going to release the jack without moving the other cleat that retains it. I don't think I'll lose anything there. Sorry if that slips off and causes me pain. So I'm going to move this cleat again. It's been working well, so go with success. I wish I knew how long this rod is. I may have to move some more stuff off of the bench. To give myself room for it to extend. Okay, I got about maybe 5 or 6 inches worth of travel that I can use before I have to move my miter saw off of the bench. Hopefully that's enough. I think I'm going to try to get a rough idea of how long this could be. That is 77 inches. But that doesn't include the couple inches worth of and I'm 60 inches. So I'm sure it's less than 77 because there's maybe 2 or 3 inches of the piece, the piston, I guess it's called, that the that will hit the gland, and there's probably 2 or 3 inches of gland that takes away from that 77 inches. Once that gland and the piston contact each other, it will come right out, sure. Right now there's a gap in between them. And of course I have to move my miter saw. I'm going to shut off the video while I do that. Okay, with the miter saw moved, I should have plenty of travel for it to finish the job. Okay, I'm going to reset the cleat again because it pumps better when it's more compressed. I'm 65 inches out now, out of a potential 77. Helps if you close the screw off. So, thinking this can't be more than about 72 in before it contacts because of the height of the gland and the height of the piston on the rod. doesn't give me a sense yet that it's contacting the piston and the gland, because the piston will pull the gland out once they contact. You can't see in. I know that I'm looking at the O-ring on the gland, and when I try to look in there, so I know I'm not seeing the piston. Still filling air as it releases. I gotta be getting close. Doesn't appear to be coming. Once again, I'm going to move the cleat. Getting 4 lights on my battery. Wondering if it's because it's such a hot, humid day. Maybe it's overheated. Okay. Gonna measure this again. See how far we're out. We are 73 inches. So I believe I measured approximately 77. So this time it should pop it out. believe it's starting to move out. It is. I can almost see the ring for the snap. The snap ring goes in, the groove it goes in. So let's see if we can get the snap ring on there now. Looks like we might be able to. Try to stay out of the way here. If I had been smart enough or been given instructions to put the rod in, and once you got it in 3 or 4 inches, put the gland in, I wouldn't have had to go through any of this. Just there we go. Snap ring is on, it's all in place. Now, in order to put that back in the lift, I'm going to have to compress that back the other way. I don't think it should be too difficult, other than maybe I don't have a good angle here because of my thing being on the bench. Whenever I had it hanging out, when I was putting it together, it was not bad. I'm not going to put this away yet, this being the ram, because I may need it yet to push that in the other way. Doesn't want to move from there now. It's stubborn no matter which way you want to go. See if my dead blow hammer will dislodge it. It's really just fighting the seals now. Boy. Can't get it to budge the other way. See what I see in the hole here? Not much. It's just fighting the friction of those new seals. So what I may do is I'm going to have to put a cleat and use the jack to push it the other way. That probably will be easier than turning this around and putting it in the position I had it whenever I inserted it as I was rebuilding it. And I was only fighting one seal. I was only fighting the seal on the piston, because I didn't have the gland in yet. So I'm fighting the seal between the rod and the gland, as well as the seal between the piston and the cylinder. So I'm going to see what I can do to set this up to push the other way. Might take me a little bit because I think I have to move more tools off the bench. So once I got it moved a tiny little bit, it appears like it's going to be relatively easy to push in. Building up some pressure, or resistance I should say. I don't want to push this in too far because I need to have enough of it out so that I can put the cables on while it's on the lift. So I'm probably going to leave about, I don't know, close to 1.5 feet out. Give me an eyeball about where the 1.5 feet is. Maybe not quite that much. So 1.5 feet would be right in line with this license plate, the end of the license plate. So put it about that far. Keep getting multiple. Keep getting 4 flashing lights on the ratchet here. I have to look up what that means. Okay, I went past 1.5 feet, but it looks to be like I'll have enough play to put it back in. So now, all I got to do is put it back in the lift and try it. So the piston is back in. The hydraulic ram is back in. Yesterday I had enough fluid to get it to pick up the slack in the cables, but not enough to raise it off of the locks. So I had to stop at that point and go get some fluid. My plan here is that I'm going to add fluid a little at a time until I can get it up off of the locks, so that I can lower it down, and lowering it down will remove all the fluid and some of the air from the cylinder, push it back to the reservoir. Then I will fill it up to the fill mark and then raise it up again, lower it again, fill it to the fill mark, till I bleed all the air out. I don't want to overfill it right from the beginning, because if I do, then when it goes down, it's just going to overflow out the filler cap of the reservoir. So, in keeping with my showing the good, the bad, and the ugly, I'm going to show the first test, and I can tell you right now that my plan, if it leaks profusely will be to just go ahead and bite the bullet and buy a new ram, because I will assume that the inside of the cylinder is scored and that a new one's the better option. If there's a minor leak that I can live with, obviously I'll just live with it. So here goes. May need to add more fluid to get that to lift. So while I do that, I'm going to keep in mind there's air in there now and it's compressing the air. So it could take a fair amount of fluid to compress it all. Ready for the next attempt. Pumping fluid in. Obviously I need to add more because it's not lifting it yet. So the reservoir is going down. So it's just replacing or compressing that air in the cylinder right now. So far I've added a total of 1 gallon of fluid. I only bought 2, so I hope I start to see some results soon. It's off of the lift, off of the locks. Now I'm going to lower it down. I would imagine that noise is air getting pushed out of the cylinder. Okay, it's on the ground, and I just realized that you didn't see most of that coming down because of where I had the camera aimed at the bottom of the lift. So I'm going to fill the reservoir up to the full mark, raise it again, and then we'll see if there's more air left in it, and potentially if that gets bled out I might have to add more to the reservoir. Okay, so the foam at the top of the fluid in the reservoir is right at the fill line. I think it's probably less than that because of all the bubbles, but I would also think that the bubbles are all at the top so that I can actually raise the lift again, at least partially, without getting bubbles into the cylinder. sounded like it might have been pumping some air bubbles back into there. So what I am going to do is take a quick look. There's no major leaks, that's for sure, because I don't see any fluid dripping anywhere. So I'm going to call that good for now. Yep, no new fluid showing, not even a little drip. So I'm going to call that good for now. But I stopped it at a point that I can work on some of the things I wanted to work on. And I'm going to let it just sit for a while, and hopefully those air bubbles will dissipate. Obviously it can lift the frame of the car and the lift. So I'm going to call this a success. It was a long, hard process due to the fact that I didn't have any videos to look at. Keep in mind this is a long video, and there were mistakes made along the way because I didn't have anything to go by. There's no instructions. Couldn't find anything on the web. Actually got some bad information from one of the companies that sells direct lifts. So I was flying blind, and as I said a couple times, I think in the videos I made, I think some of the things I did were experiments. But all in all, I've got an operational lift, and I have the videos to create a YouTube video to help people who might attack this job on a direct lift, because their cylinders are different than everything I saw on the web. Everything I saw on the web, the gland just went in and screwed in from the outside. So you could push the piston all the way into the cylinder and then put the gland in place, no problem, because you didn't have to then back it out of the cylinder after putting that snap ring in. So hopefully this will help a lot of people, because if I had this information before I started, this would have been days quicker. And by days, I usually work 3.5 to 4.5 hours a day on it. So probably a good 8 hours, if not more, of labor that I did due to not having directions, not having videos. And I'm hoping that a lot of people will benefit from this video.